Why are you subbing to my mute? 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 Why are you giving subs to my mute? Why are you subbing 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 to my mute? I don't even know what the hell bits even do.
Good morning, all you beautiful people. Can't watch today, but I hope you all have a good day and a good stream. And now I'm jealous that I don't get to see Happy's crush, Mango.
Why are you subbing to my mute? 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 Why are you subbing to my mute?
Come to me, please. Take me there. Space down, space down. Listen, listen. Space down,
Get closer.
space
Come here. Got a bellfly. Same color as you, buddy. Say hi to the butterfly. Quacker. Let's go.あ、じゃあ向こうで買えるんですね。ありがとうございます。暑いですけど頑張ってください。よし。ありがとうございます。こちらのナスとこれはこれカボス。じゃあカボスも一つ。こんなに入って100円なんですか。安いですね。
ちょっとまだ今からおにぎり出しますから、そのまま一緒に写真を。
ありがとうございます。じゃあこちらをください。
はい
お米。おーすごい。ここで取る。ありがとうございます。じゃあこちらをください。じゃあおにぎりもください。
はい。美人のお姉さんたちが
川を映しませんよ。
ありがとうございます。Hey guys, so I watched a video called Cats and Bell from Cat Navidesk, and it was so adorable that it made me want to try with my cats. Here's how it went. I taught them to give paw a few years ago, so I started with that.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
I don't think you need to teach them a Patrick first, but if you're interested, I have a video about that too. I'll put the link in the description. The first step was to get them to touch the bell. Good boy. Can you give me a paw without me giving you a paw? And then press it here. No. This one. Negi, give me a paw. Then. Thank you. High five. Good boy. Bell.
I can hear his purring from here.
Bell's here. Okay. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. This one. Yeah. You just give it some. Nagi was definitely the quickest learner. Okay. Pookie, sit. Yeah, it's my finger. No. Pookie. No. Okay. Sit. Up. No. Get back. No. Yes. Ow. Get back. Sit. Okay, you see? No, not my finger. This. Put it. Okay, you touch it. You see the bell? You see the bell?
He just wants to lick you.
I started trying to teach them with a normal bell, but it was difficult for them to ring. So I switched to a bell that's specifically for pets. Get back. So close, so close. You see the bell? Get back. Get back. The second step was to only reward them if they made the bell ring. Good boy. Pookie, come here. Get back. Yeah. And then you press it. Like that. Okay? Then you get the food. Okay. Alright, buddy. Pookie. Pookie, sit. Sit. Pookie. Okay. There you go. Pookie, you're so smart. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the floor. Right? You see the bell? Give me back. Step 3 was putting the bell on the floor. But they would ignore the bell and reach for my hand. So I kept holding the bell even though it was on the floor. So quick learning. Okay, you got it. Oh, you understood too? Good job. You guys are so smart. Okay, okay. Okay. Sit. Eba. Eba. One more time. Eba. Hugger. Up. Woo. Nikki, high five. Yes. Like one more time. Yes. Good boy. Step 4 was getting them to ring the bell on their own without me touching it. Okay. Remember the bell? Ah. You're so close. Okay. Remember the bell? Yes. Good boy. There you go. Alright. Remember how this works? Good boy. Now you're full? Alright. Pookie, come here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here you go, sir. Pookie, remember? The bell? Look at Haku. Look how he gets the food. Pookie, you're so close. Here. Pookie. No? There we go. Good job. Good boy. Pookie, you done? No? Are you guys done? Are you guys full? Alright. Good job. Okay. Good job. Hungry boy. Good job. Good job, Pookie. Ah. There we go. You want more too, buddy? You guys are so hungry. For step 5, I decided to test them to see if they would still ring the bell, even if I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Okay, okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. Good job, guys. Good job. I'm gonna hide this now. I have work to do. Okay. Good job, guys. And finally, I decided to just have a little fun. Alright.
If you ring the jackpot bell, you'll get a lot. Would you like to try? Alright, come here. Hi kitties. So this is the one you've been using. It's pretty easy. This one is for human. This is very difficult to ring. You have to press it really hard at the right spot. Yeah, it's difficult. Right. Let's give it a try.
Why the fuck are you giving money to my mute? Stop. Now.
Do you think cats have an accent like Happy does?
Omedetou gozaimasu. Omedetou gozaimasu. Well, you guys can share. Pokey. Jonas. Alright. Enjoy. Morning. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hungry boys. Hungry boys.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
But I didn't do Patrick yet. Before we go to sleep, we have to turn around this trash can, otherwise Pokey will go in. While Rachel's feeding the cats, I normally clean the litter because it smells. Ugh. This is my favorite part. Got it. Bye-bye. And you guys switched, like always. The grass on the other side is always greener, huh? It's the same food. Does it taste better, buddy?
You done eating? You done eating? Alright, bud, get in here.
Hi, Pokey. Hi, Pokey the dishwasher. It's so clean, I can see your face. Hi, bud.
This is Nagi's favorite post-breakfast pose. Laying in exactly this position with his tail swishing down. Oh, he's so cute.
This is Haku's I'm contentful pose. What? Oh. Ooh?
Haku is really obsessed with this tube. He figured out how to turn on the Roomba by pawing at the start button twice, and if we're not playing with him enough, he'll do this multiple times a day and then run back in the tube and wait for the Roomba to come by and then attack it from inside the tube, and it's really cute.
The thing is, Roomba doesn't really get to clean around the area when Haku's in it.
Alright, I'm gonna start making smoothie and run the Roomba now.
So this is the time of day where Haku starts telling us that he's really bored and needs attention. But the thing is, he needs attention like 30 hours a day. It's never enough.
Hey Haku, I don't think I brushed him yet.
Look at that fluffy tail. Look at that tail.
So shedding season's over, but they still shed, and unless we brush them like every day, they eat their fur and throw up.
It's easier to brush them for some reason if we give them the Furminator to like attack. If we try to brush them with the Furminator, they try to eat it. So we just give them that in advance and then we can brush them with the hand brush.
And not grooming. He's a busy cat. So Nagi used to drink water normally, but now after he saw Haku put his paw in the bowl and then lick his paw, he sometimes does that too. Nagi does a lot of things that Haku does now.
Normally, Pokey spends most of his day sleeping, especially right next to the window where he can be in the sunlight. But I guess today, Nagi's feeling a little feisty. Pokey's just like, I'm busy. June's cooking lunch now, and he's got some buddies watching him very closely. Oh, you want to play now too? You just don't know. You found a comfortable position and you're just done playing? Look at this big fluff tummy. Look at this tummy.
Haku.
We walk away for 2 minutes. What did you guys do?
Haku. It looks like you're wearing tie.
What? Oh god. No! Dang it, stop. You're just gonna live with that on you forever. Damn it, Pokey! Stop! Get down. I can't step away to film the cats for even a minute. Oh, Haku, you did it! Haku's in fight mode. Pokey, you better watch out. Haku's gonna fight you. This video is just turning into Haku bullies everyone. Alright, Haku's done with his bully phase. It's time for baths and sleeps. Hi, sleepy baby.
This is the drawer that has all the cat toys, and Nagi knows, so every time I open. I just wanted to claim the litter. This one has also the cat litter bag, so sorry, baby.
So if we open one of the other rooms, of course, the cats want to explore and see what's going on. So they follow us. Especially Haku. Haku's very curious.
Hi, Pokey.
Nagi's here now.
Hey, baby.
And Haku's exploring.
I used to have a bird, a fake bird on the branch, but now
Holland! Where's Holland?
he's on the top of the shelf. There.
Is he okay?
He's okay.
This is really sad, June. He's just...
He's in a safe place.
No, he's dead. I'm concerned for his safety.
That's why I hit him. Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh,
Uh-oh.
oh,
Ah,
oh,
ah.
oh.
All the cats are going places. Oh gosh.
Oh, oh, oh.
No, Bucky, no. No. Ah, okay. Oh god. Okay. Pokey is a killer. He's a natural born killer. June, stop!
Oh, right. Nagi, what are you doing? Make it smell like you? Don't fall. Careful. You're gonna fall.
Is there catnip over there?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Yeah, my catnip plants are outside. But I guess he's tripping. You're still exploring. Nagi. Nagi.
He's so cute. Look at his squishy little fluff face.
Are you having a good time? Alright, I'm gonna work on the recipe for my video. Enjoy. Have fun, kitties.
Oh. Haku's found a spot.
Okay. Well, you can help me work on my recipe for the video, baby.
It's past 5 p.m. now, which means Pokey's gonna keep meowing for the next 2 hours until dinner. They eat at 7, but he starts meowing at 5. Every day. No. Doesn't matter how much you meow at us. You don't get to eat until 7. Otherwise you'll wake up really early and eat all our plants. I smell too much like shampoo and not enough like him. This is just something that we have to deal with every time we shower. Oh god, bud.
You're gonna
You're gonna
fall.
fall. Oh god, he's gonna take my hair with him. It's now 6:06. It's 6:11. It's 6:14. Excuse me. No. Excuse me. No. Alright. It's 6:26. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on. It's not dinner time yet. Still got you got 33 minutes. You gotta wait. With everyone else. Isn't that right? Look who's being patient. It's 6:37. Pokey, what are you doing? Huh? Pokey! What time is it? Is it 7? Is it food time? Are all the kitties hungry? Nagi!
Oh, Haku. Okay, go first. Pop, please. Haku. One more time. Okay. Pop. Good job. Good job. Woo. Okay. Yepa. One more time. Yepa. High five. Yes. Good boy. Pokey. We feed Pokey in the hallway because normally he comes back and steals other kitties' food. Obviously.
He's guiding us. He's letting us know where's people.
Yep. Yep. Marching. Marching. Yep. Yes. The other one. One time. Ooh. Good boy.
Goddamn fun. Slow down. Alright, everybody's done eating. Nagi's got the post dinner sleepies. And Haku. What are you doing? Are you over here waiting for Pokey? Let's let Pokey back in. Alright, buddy. Come on. What are you doing? He's hunting for people food. What are you doing? You gonna go in the trash can? You gonna pretend like you weren't gonna go in the trash can? And wait for me to turn around? Alright, it's nighttime now, so let's shut the curtains. soon as I'm ready for bed, every night when I turn out the lights, what? You want to play? What do you want to play with? Come here. What do you want? Which one? That one? Alright, playtime is over. It's time for bed.
This is how Pokey sleeps every night. It's making me jealous.
He's my cuddle buddy.
Good night, Pokey. And this is where Haku sleeps, which is Rachel's like feet area. Hi, baby. We have the same futon, same bed, but Haku always prefer on Rachel's side for some reason.
I'm shorter than you. There's probably more room.
Oh, he knows? Okay. And Nagi always sleeps right next to my pillow, right here. Hi, baby. Are you purring? Yes, you are. Okay. Good night, Nagi. Good night.
Thank you to Audible for sponsoring this video. Even though sometimes people say I sound fluent in English, I'm actually not. And listening to audiobooks in English helps me understand how sentences are structured and words are pronounced. I'm listening to The Willpower Instinct, an audiobook I love that helps you understand how to harness
よく皆さんわさびをいっぱいつけて食べたりしますけど、わさび今多分30秒ぐらい吸ってますけど、これしかできないんです大変なんです、わさび使うのは。皆さん大事にわさびを食べてください。
A few years ago, when I first moved to the city of Sendai, through a friend I was invited to a party with lots of local business owners, and I felt pretty out of my depth. I was in my 20s at the time, and everyone there was at least 2 or 3 times my age. However, there was one guy who I struck up a conversation with who was in his early 30s, really friendly, unassuming guy who had lived overseas for a short time in a mysterious land known only as Canada. And when I asked him what it was that he did, it turned out he was the president and owner of one of the largest sushi businesses in all of North Japan. His name was Satoshi Ueno, and today, after many years of talking about it, we're finally going to go and film inside one of his restaurants and see and hear what it's like to own a sushi business in Japan. With 30 restaurants across Japan and 800 employees, Satoshi Ueno has the daunting task of running his sushi empire, passed on to him by his father just 7 years ago. I've come to hear his story today inside Ueno-san's flagship luxury restaurant, Sushimasa. Together we'll witness every aspect of running the business, from sourcing the finest seafood at an intense market auction, to spending an afternoon with the charismatic and highly skilled head chef of the restaurant, Yuji Yoshikawa. They'll also share the one thing never to do during your meal. You know what, hopefully by the end of this week I'll know everything I need to set up my own sushi restaurant in London. Filming inside a friend's restaurant, more like industrial espionage. While I've been lucky to dine at Ueno-san's restaurants many times before, I'll admit I've never set foot in his most high-end restaurant, Sushimasa, which is inconspicuously hidden off a bustling street in downtown Sendai. Ascending the grand staircase, I find Ueno-san patiently waiting for me at the entrance.
こんにちは。ああ、いらっしゃいませ。はい。久しぶり。久しぶり。
Good to see you. Good to see you. 今日本当に時間をいただきありがとうございます。
Okay, thank you very much.
so much for giving me the time today.
Okay.
We haven't seen each other maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years. So how do I look?
It's the lips.
It's
maybe
a little bit
muscle.
away. Yeah, muscle. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
ここが寿司マサです。
Wow. It's so kind of warm and vibrant. How many people can you have in the counter?
12.
About 12 people?
Yeah.
12 people. And then you've got 2 rooms,
Yes.
private rooms here. I feel like I've stumbled into an art gallery, let alone a restaurant. Ueno-san has carefully selected Suzuri calligraphy ink artwork in immaculate wooden finishings with an interior that feels contemporary, yet steeped in tradition. When it comes to the interior of a sushi restaurant, what's the most important things to look for? What's the most important thing when you're kind of creating it?
Counter is important.
The counter.
Yeah.
This is nice. Often at sushi restaurants, the counter is very big and it's a lot of glass, whereas here the sushi is really beautifully presented and integrated within the counter on the top.
And they're cold. This.
Oh, it's cold. Wow. And what about lighting?
Yeah,
the lighting
yeah.
is so good. There's so many different lights highlighting the fish and the chef.
Yeah, this is important too.
Meanwhile, tucked away on the 3rd floor are extra special hidden rooms for guests looking to dine in private. Oh. What kind of customers use these kind of private rooms?
Company owner or also family.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you prefer out of the counter and the private room?
Sushi is counter is better.
Yeah. Good for a family.
Yeah.
Maybe good for a date.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for a date. But yeah, I think the counter for me is probably better, just because you can watch the chef, right? We've had a great tour, Ueno-san. Thank you for the tour of the restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm very eager to try something. Should we eat some sushi? Should we dive in?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. The first seafood market.
The seafood market.
You should look
Ah, right. Where you get the fish from? Okay. Should we go now?
now. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. What time?
5:30 a.m.
There's nothing quite as intense as coming into a Japanese fish market at 4 a.m. in the morning when everything's kicking off and everyone's buying things and auctions are happening. It's so intense. It's a great way to wake up though, I'll say that much. With 30 restaurants to supply, Ueno-san has an army of buyers around the market, though he still visits weekly to peruse what's on offer. It's arguably the busiest part of the market. The most prized fish, of course, is tuna. The only place I've seen more tuna would have been Tsukiji Fish Market in Tokyo. There's about 100 here, each one costing a staggering amount of money. A single tuna typically sells for around $10,000. And to make sure it's money well spent, before the morning auctions kick off, buyers carefully select their tuna by examining a section of the tail.
割ってくれるので、この赤身の部分と、皮目の脂身がしっかり分かる。脂乗ってるかどうかはやっぱり寿司屋って重要なので、中トロになるのと赤身では全然値段が違うので、例えばここ分かりますよね、見て脂があるの。こっちは赤身が綺麗なの。
With one of Ueno-san's top buyers nestled at the back, placing the winning bid on their tuna, it's promptly wheeled off across the market to be cut and prepared for distribution to the restaurants. A single 500-pound tuna can make 10,000 servings, and naturally, the best cuts today will be enjoyed by the lucky customers at Restaurant Sushimasa, which is me.
Very fresh. 仙台市場に出入りし始めたのは20年以上前。やっぱり仕入れし始めた時は、まあ、私の時代じゃないんですけど父の代の時なんですけども、まあ、彼は非常に苦労したと。やっぱり、買う量と、頻度がその市場の方々の信用を作るので、それがない時代はやっぱりすごく大変、で、まあ簡単ないじめみたいなのもあったようです。
His father may have been ridiculed back in those early days, but his fortunes couldn't be any more different today as one of the biggest buyers in the market. This morning alone, Ueno-san has spent $20,000 on fish for his chain of restaurants. Obviously, the fish market is very exciting, very intense, crazy place. How do you feel when you come down here, Ueno-san? You've been coming here many years now. How do you feel when you walk amongst the places and speak to everyone?
やっぱり身が引き締まる感じですね。緊張感ありますし。緊張感っていうか、一発勝負、オークションなんで、一回一回が一発勝負なんで、僕は結構市場に来ると背筋が伸びるっていうかね、緊張するっていうか。
How many people do you know in the market? When we were walking through earlier, everybody was saying hello.
もちろん毎日来てたので、大体顔見知りの人が多いですけど、挨拶する人は半分ぐらいじゃないですか。
半分。It's a lot of people.
じゃあ今日見た魚を、食べに行きましょうか。はい。
食べに行こう。
Let's go to sushi.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah.
So hungry.
Yeah.
長崎。
本場。
Wow. Even with the finest, freshest ingredients from the local market, it'd all be completely wasted without a skilled chef. Unfortunately, Ueno-san's right-hand man and head chef Yuji Yoshikawa has dedicated over half his lifetime to honing his craft and preparing sushi for the family business.
手寿司わかりますこれ僕は板前になったのはというかこの会社にお世話になったのは16歳の時なので明日誕生日なんですねで36歳になりますだから20年間一応勤めてるんですけど板前になってよく聞かれるのが何年でお寿司握れるようになるのかとかまあ人それぞれですけどやっぱりやる気と根性さえあればすぐなれますまあただ目安としてはやっぱり 2,3 年はちゃんとねしっかりといろいろ基本を教えていただいてまあより一層楽しくできるのかなというふうに思いますやっぱ板前で一番大事なのはセンスだと思ってますそのセンスっていうのもお客さんを満足させるセンスただ握りがうまいだけじゃなくてそのお客さんとトークのセンスとか、お客さんとのその好みを把握するセンスまあそういうのが一番すごい人はやっぱりすごい板前さんになりますかねお客さんにどこおすすめかって聞かれるとやっぱ生マグロなんでやっぱこの一番いい大トロやっぱここはおすすめしますで今大トロをちょっと油乗ってるからこう光るんですね油で指が僕個人としては好きなところは、まあ、大トロももちろん美味しいんですけどこの中トロこの中トロの部分が、まあ、赤身と中トロの半々ぐらいのところですごくマグロの味が濃厚なんですねここが個人的には好きですやっぱ寿司を握ってる時にやっぱ一番気にしてるっていうのは、まあ、シャリの温度帯とシャリの大きさ硬さあとわさびの量ただ同じシャリの大きさで全部握ったんではダメなんですねものによってネタの大きさによってシャリの大きさも変えたりものによって柔らかさを変えたりネタと、シャリが口の中でほぐれた時にちょうどバランスよくなくなるっていうのが理想なんですなので、硬さはかなり大事にしてますね生わさびは茎の方はすらないで基本的にはこれは醤油漬けとかいろいろするんですけどここをこう鉛筆のように削りますでここからこの先っぽの方から下ろしていきますよく皆さんわさびをいっぱいつけて食べたりしますけどわさび今多分30秒ぐらい吸ってますけどこれしかできないんです大変なんですわさび使うのは皆さん大事にわさびを食べてくださいチューブとかのわさびが、使われてるところも多いと思うんですけど、まあ、この生わさびと何が違うかって言ったらやっぱり添加物がこっちは一切入ってないので向こうはいろいろ砂糖とか化学調味料とかねそういうのも添加されてるんで、まあ、そこがやっぱ大きい違いとあと香りじゃないですかねフレッシュ感は、チューブのわさびとは全然違いますね
With all the skill and craftsmanship that's gone into preparing the immaculate plate of sushi, from a customer perspective, it can be a little bit intimidating not to screw things up at the final hurdle. Thankfully though, according to Yoshikawa-san, there's only one thing that rubs him the wrong way, and it's easily avoided.
お寿司屋さんに来たら、やってはいけないことが一つだけあります。板前さんが愛情を込めて握ったお寿司を出した時に、そのネタをペローンと剥がして、それに醤油をつけて戻して食べるっていうのは NG です。握ってる意味がないです。あれやっぱその一貫でも物語があって、シャリの硬さだったり、わさびの量だったり、シャリの大きさだったり、ネタの大きさ、いろいろな温度帯もありますし、いろんなことが一つになって一貫ができてるわけなんですね。それをネタだけ取ったら物語を潰してるみたいなもんなので、これはやらないでいただきたいと思います。それ以外だったら特にあんまり NG はないと思います。美味しく食べてもらえればいいと思います。箸で食べようが手で食べようが、好きなものを好きなだけ食べればいいと思います。
Yoshikawa-san has handed me this beautifully prepared assortment of tuna, freshly brushed with soy sauce and glistening in the light. And away we go. I'm going to start with akami. It's the most flavourful one. Tadakimasu. Oh wow. Oh bloody hell, that's good. So good. Honestly. It's all about that balance of flavours, right? Everything has got to be right, and that is just absolutely perfect. The vinegar in the rice, the wasabi underneath the fish, and of course the fish itself, the star of the show. So juicy and flavourful. And then chutoro. Oh bloody hell. Alright, I think chutoro is my favourite. Because it is quite fatty, it does have that melt in your mouth kind of sensation. The trouble with having something that is so good, that is so perfect, is going back to anything else feels like a crime. And this is certainly going to make dining out at other sushi restaurants a whole lot more difficult going forward. Oh God, so bloody good. After poor old Yoshikawa-san has watched me stuff myself with his carefully prepared tuna, we're joined once again by Ueno-san, who opens up about the pressures of running a large family business from such a young age, almost unheard of in Japanese culture, where the average age of a company president is 59 years old. I think the most impressive thing for me, Ueno-san, is you're 38 now?
Now 38.
But you're the shacho, you're the president of a massive company, 30 restaurants. In Japan, that's pretty rare, right? To have someone who's young, someone who's under 40, running the company.
I became president when I was 31 years.
31. I'm 30. So
yeah. So
that's a lot of responsibility.
But my father said, "You're young, but still I'm young." He said so. If I old, my planning thinking is also old.
Right. Yeah.
Or hard.
Not innovative, maybe.
Yeah. In fact, last year he retired.
He completely retired. Lucky man.
Lucky man.
How old is your father?
60, almost 4.
64.
Yeah.
Wow. What's been the most difficult thing for you as the leader, as the shacho? What's the most difficult thing?
I don't say employer. I don't say. I want to like a friend
to your staff.
Staff の信頼を得ることが大変。
Building trust with the staff.
Building
trust with the staff.
With staff, yes. It's most important.
It's most important and very difficult. It takes a lot of time, I imagine.
When I start president, the first I talking with staff. Every staff.
Everyone. How many staff is that?
800.
800 staff, everyone.
3 years or
It took 3 years.
Yeah. Then I thinking, what is president? What is president working on? Really thinking.
President, I guess, having a goal or a dream, like a having a vision for the business. And Ueno-san certainly has vision. In recent years, the company has been planting trees along Tohoku's tsunami-affected coastline, albeit not necessarily for the environmental reasons you might think.
じゃあクリスは遠くの海と 近くの海、取れる魚はどっちが多いと思います？密度があると思います。
難しいな。近くの海
Yes,
like the sea close to the
Yeah. 海藻とか貝類も、あらゆる魚は陸の近くに生息しています。でそれは餌が豊富だから。でその餌が豊富な理由は実は森から栄養素が来てると。だから森がダメになったら海がダメになる。
Very interesting. Yeah, I'd never thought about that.
だからこれから人間社会はどんどん進歩していきますけど、自然を少しずつ残しながらバランスを持って、やっていかないとこの寿司っていう美味しいお寿司も食べれなくなっちゃうと。
I'm so grateful to Ueno-san for letting us come in here to film, for dragging me around the market, an incredible experience. The food, the atmosphere, it's just such an amazing restaurant, Sushimasa. And to hear what it's like to own a restaurant has been just such an amazing
Why
experience.
are you subbing to my
Everything about
meal?
this restaurant is a 10 out of 10. And if you ever find yourself in Sendai, I highly recommend coming to Sushimasa. It'll be an experience that you will never, ever forget. Well, it's been an amazing 2 days, Ueno-san. Thank you so much for showing us around your restaurant, showing us how the whole business operates. I think I've learned so much about the industry.
Thank you very much, Drew.
本当にありがとうございました。Thank you so much.
See you.
And now I will open my sushi restaurant in London.
London?
London.
Never.
My no?
No, never.
No? Oh.
Take care.
All right.
The green paste you've been eating with your sushi isn't really wasabi. Check the ingredients on the packet and you might see a mixture of sweetener, horseradish, and perhaps a small percentage of the real thing. Real wasabi is hard to come across, and it can cost $250 per kilo. So what actually is wasabi, and why is it so expensive? Wasabi is a small green plant in the Brassica family. That means it's related to many cheap and easy to find plants like horseradish, cabbage, or broccoli. But unlike these, it's incredibly expensive. A kilogram of fresh wasabi can cost you 25 times as much as fresh horseradish. The main reason for this huge price is down to the process of growing it. Wasabi is known for being the hardest plant to grow commercially in the world. The only place in the world where it can be found growing naturally is alongside Japanese mountain streams, where it has the very specific conditions it needs to thrive. Wasabi needs a constant supply of running spring water. It likes a shady area and rocky soil or gravel, and it can only tolerate a temperature of around 8 to 20 degrees Celsius all year round. Too much humidity or the wrong minerals can also cause problems for the plant, and on top of that, it's susceptible to pests and disease. While wasabi is still mostly grown in Japan, the Wasabi Company was the first to grow wasabi commercially in Europe.
We're watercress farmers. That's what we've been doing for a long time, and we tried several different things, and wasabi came to us via a chef who was visiting a watercress farm and said, the only thing I've ever seen growing like this, watercress grows in flowing water in gravel beds, he said was wasabi growing in Japan. All of our beds flow with natural spring water that comes out of the ground from artesian springs. When the water comes out of the ground from 40 meters below, it's at 10, 11 degrees. Obviously, it warms in the summer as it goes through the bed and it cools, but it has a very effective balancing effect on the extremes of temperature. And we cover the beds with shade net so that we keep the worst of the winter cold and the summer sun off the plant.
When all the conditions are just right, wasabi still takes around 18 months before it can be harvested. And it's still a time-consuming process because absolutely everything has to be done by hand.
The harvesting will be done by hand, and then it's a laborious process to break it apart, the whole plant, and then clean up the rhizomes. There's no machine that's going to help you pull this out of the ground and trim it up fit for the sushi counter. After our 18 months, we harvest our wasabi, and this is a stem, sometimes called a rhizome, but more botanically correct is to call it a stem, formed as the leaves drop away. The remaining part of the leaf creates a stem. And we get our special grater, which has very, very fine teeth, and you can see that it doesn't have any holes on the back. We're not after really grating the wasabi, we're after pasting. We don't go too fast because we want to break it down at the cellular level. And if you're not seeing it grated fresh in front of you, then it's very unlikely it's fresh wasabi.
So what does real wasabi taste like? And is it really that different from the paste that we're used to?
It's a bit more gentle, a little bit more like earthy, kind of almost like a sweet aftertaste on that one. The aftertaste is way more pleasant on the real one than it is on the fake one.
The fake one, I kind of just taste mustard and horseradish, and the real one tastes like wasabi, but I don't get those undertones.
It's a completely different thing. It tastes so much more like a vegetable. Tastes earthy. I mean, it's really nice.
There's one other reason that you probably don't see wasabi products in your local supermarket or restaurant. Wasabi's spice comes from a chemical reaction that occurs when you break down its cells. But this reaction is short-lived. 5 minutes after you've grated the wasabi, the spicy flavour peaks. But leave it for 30 minutes and almost all of the flavour is gone.
If you take a slice of wasabi and eat it like a carrot, you'll get very little flavour, only what your teeth are able to break down. The grater breaks down the cell's walls, brings the two compounds together, and a significant factor in that chemical reaction is the byproduct, which is sucrose, so you get a natural sweetness in wasabi. And that's what surprises people when they eat it. Wasabi is naturally sweet, and it's very floral, much more aromatic, and it still has the pungency that everyone's familiar with.
Fresh wasabi may be the real thing, but it doesn't look like fake wasabi is going away anytime soon.
Once you've had the fresh wasabi, you understand the difference. You know, there's a place for the imitation paste. You can't, get fresh wasabi into a small sushi takeaway box. You know, you need your grater. You know, you need to treat it with a certain amount of reverence, and it's expensive. So there's a place for the imitation products. But I'd encourage anyone to try fresh wasabi because it's the real thing.
Imagine a place where one specific fish is part of one of the most ancient cultures of our planet. Here, several generations have worked day in and day out for something special and unique. Here is also the country where people and nature live in harmony. Over 100 years, breeders have developed a unique way to turn a certain fish species in a true work of art. Terazo Chiyoshi Kawakami is one of those breeders who has become a guardian of this heritage. He and his family lives in one of those places where they have developed a very unique variety of the Japanese koi. Over 100 years, his family produced a special bloodline that is the secret to all of their swimming champions. This is a fish so precious that the Japanese have a special word for it, nishikigoi, or better known as swimming jewels. In this movie, I take you on a journey into the unknown world of koi. October, Japan. It is harvest season. For the most koi breeders in this area, this is the moment they have been looking forward to for an entire season. For several months, these koi have been delivered to Mother Nature high in the Yamakoshi Mountains. Despite the daily checks by the breeder, it is not without risks. There's a lot at stake. Not just this year's harvest, but also many years of energy put in the care of these nishiki-koi. Birds, bears, risks of diseases, and Mother Nature. All risks that the breeder must take into account. Fortunately, breeders such as Chiyoshi Kawakami have gained generations of experience, allowing them to develop their koi every year full of confidence. I have been invited to one of the harvests of the Terazo family. In addition to Chiyoshi Kawakami, his daughter Yuki and her husband Homara are helping to harvest these precious koi fish. To make sure everything runs as smoothly and quickly as possible, Yuki checks the connected oxygen supplies for the tanks. Once ready for transport to the koi house, everyone rushes to the car in anticipation of this year's results. The cleaning of clothing and shoes is certainly not unimportant. To reduce the chance of transmitting any diseases or viruses from the mountains to the other fish, I have to clean my shoes. I drive with Homara to the big and new koi house of Terazo to view the results of this year's harvest. The tension and enthusiasm of everyone can be read directly from his or her face. Even the wife from Chiyoshi Kawakami has come watch the results of this year's harvest. Several of Terazo's customers have now arrived to come and have a look. Often just not like that. Many of the customers see their own fish again after a year of absence. Many hobbyists and dealers who travel to Japan, including myself, come to Niigata to attend to these annual events. The combination of this area and the nishiki-koi can't be described by anyone. This is something you have to experience for yourself. Urakawa Koi Farm is an old established business founded in 1917. The world famous Terazo Sanshoku and Terazo Kohaku are brand koi produced by this high respected koi farm. These days, they are famous because of the Terazo Kohaku bloodline that has its roots in the crossing of the Dainichi Kohaku and Murata Kohaku from Chiba Prefecture more than 20 years ago. Nowadays, hobbyists from all over the world want to own the famous Kohaku from Terazo. In recent years, Chiyoshi and his family have won several major prizes with their best koi, which makes sense that many hobbyists are trying to get one of those potential champions. We will return at the Terazo Koi Farm very soon. There is a first time for everything, including my introduction to the Shintaro Koi farm. In the meantime, I have been traveling to Japan for more than 6 years. But despite all those visits, I do not know all the breeders personally. I continue my day at the Shintaro Koi farm, where they are about to harvest their largest mud pond containing the best Nishiki-oi from the farm. A breathtaking environment where the size of this mud pond immediately exceeds all my expectations. Shintaro Koi farm is run by Masaru Saito, and its high quality of Gosanke is known worldwide. More and more hobbyists know where to find him nowadays. Under the guidance of Masaru and his sons, everyone waits patiently for instructions.
Well, it's kind of nice seeing them all there, right, swimming right around you.
I would like to introduce you to Howard, a koi hobbyist in heart and soul from the United States, and part of the team I travel with. Together with Howard, Johan and Domi, the team is complete for a week full of adventures. Today there is extra help. The two sons of Saito-san, Kensuke and Kosuke, are leading the harvest. One of the brothers was bitten by a dog recently, so he is wearing a blue glove to protect his wound. Both sons will be trained in the coming years under the wings of their father to become real koi breeders. Hopefully, they will take over the farm in the future.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
It remains a spectacular event in which the koi are brought up one by one from the dark water. Also present today is the Japanese television. The Japanese Nishiki-goi is cultural heritage and very important for the country. Various camera crews follow breeders throughout the year to eventually make a documentary for the Japanese television. It's time to go back to the koi house. The weather is perfect and the temperatures rise to summer values. Once in the koi house, all captured koi can be viewed and measured by the breeders.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
The Shintaro Koi Farm was founded in 1955 by Shusuke Saito. Before Shusuke kept his first koi, he was a small rice grower. It all started as a hobby. Only 10 years later, he became a full koi breeder. The step from rice to koi was made very quickly. Shusuke's son saw surrounding koi farms such as Matsunosuke run a successful business by selling koi to the Japanese hobbyists. With the slogan Maker of Dreams, the farm has become enormously popular and well known. Dozens of years of hard work have resulted in today's status. Yet it did not all happen automatically. In 2004, like many others, the Shintaro koi farm was hit by the Chitsu earthquake. A terrible day that had left irreparable damage for many breeders. The many koi that were lost that day was terrible for the global industry. Fortunately, the hobby has never been as popular as it is now. That's at least how I experience it. Certainly in Southeast Asia, but also in America and Europe, breeders like Shintaro are doing good business and the hobby is on the rise. But what does this mean for the hobbyists? I will come back to this subject later on. Being surrounded by the art of these Nishiki koi, the hobbyist and dealers who shares the same passion is priceless. Many look relieved and are happy with the result of this year's harvest. In the coming years, we will more closely follow developments at the Shintaro koi farm, starting with next All Japan Koi Show in Tokyo.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
During this trip, there are also short visits to known and unknown koi breeders, who have since become friends. Similarly, at the Jakenji koi farm, Daisuke-san shows us some amazing Sanke and Atsagi that just came out of the mud pond. I have the freedom to travel alone through the Yamakoshi mountains. This has the biggest advantage that I can visit most breeders. Sometimes very short and sometimes a whole day. This is also the case when I briefly take a look at the Murasara koi farm, where a customer has selected some very beautiful koi. A new day has arrived. Today on the planning, the #1 harvest of the Koda Koi farm with Hoshino-san. Just like at the Shintaro Koi Farm, this is the first time that I can be present at a large harvest of this breeder. We gather very early in the morning to not miss anything of this event. The morning mist has not been erected yet, and that gives an extra dimension on the environment where this mud pond is located. What strikes me first is the enormous depth of this mud pond. It took days to drain it until there was enough water for this day. What's also striking is the soil composition. Unlike the mountains, the number of stones in the pond is extremely high. But there are more things to see, including many lobsters and other animals that are also a good food source for the koi fish. Tension rises. And Masato-san, after not seeing his fish for a summer, sees the first glimpse of his bride. Koda Koi Farm is a relatively small breeder who does a lot of the work alone. It is impressive to see how hard this man works to ensure that all fish arrive in the koi house quickly, but especially in good health. Koda Koi Farm is run by Masato Hoshino, based in Kawakuchi. Main varieties are Jinrin Kohaku, Showa, Goshiki, Toitsu Sanke and Deutsche Showa, but of course many more. As a hobbyist, you can be very successful at his farm when you are searching for many varieties during your trip in Japan. During the summer, the breeder checks his ponds daily. It is not only the feeding machines that needs to be refilled, but also all the fencing that must keep out wild animals such as bird and bears. You can imagine that the breeder is very happy when all the koi come out the mud pond healthy. Not only his own fish swims in this pond, but also those of many hobbyists who have chosen to have the fish taken care of by the breeder. In Japan, they call this paid form of care asugari. The location of this koi house is breathtaking. Close to one of the most beautiful viewing points is the multiple koi house of the Koda Koi Farm. It is time to take a closer look at the fish, and many Dutch friends send me messages asking how their fish are doing. Logical, because they have all been waiting a long time for this moment. One fish is even more beautiful than the other. Once checked, the fish go directly into the large green tanks, where they wait a short treatment for parasites that they may have contracted during their outdoor stay. This is a standard procedure and takes place at every single breeder. It has been a long morning. Time for a good lunch. My favorite? Sushi. That the Japanese are good with fish is generally known. There are a number of sushi restaurants in Nagaoka where you can eat the freshest sushi all day long. If you ever travel to Japan, I would advise you to eat as much as sushi as possible. You will never regret it. There are still 2 visits on the agenda for today. The Marusai and Maruhiro Koi Farm. Johan and Howard have their eye on a koi that seems to be good enough to talk about it. At Marasai Koi Farm we also meet 3 friends from the United States, busy with the new purchases for the upcoming season. From Marasai it's a 15-minute drive to Marahira Koi Farm. Many of you will recognize the Marahira Koi Farm by the large and green round pond that is mostly filled with hundreds of jumbo koi swimming beautiful inside the koi house. We arrive exactly on the right time. Just back from the harvest, they are busy inspecting and discussing the new koi. The Marahira Koi Farm was founded and still run by Hironori Hirasawa. Hironori is the son of Saitaro Hirasawa, or Marasai Koi Farm, where we just had the visit before. And like his family's farm, he produces a wide range of koi. It is a remarkable picture of the amount of different varieties that come out of this mud pond. The dimensions of this koi seem small, while the average fish is at least 70 cm. During the next visit in February, a new visit is planned, in which we take a closer look at the entire koi house. Yagenji Koi Farm. The Yagenji Koi Farm has since become a permanent part of my travels. From day one, I have been received very kindly by the brothers Daisuke and Toshinori. With 30,000 square meters of facilities and around 50 plus mud ponds, the brothers know how to grow very high quality Nishiki koi. The company was founded in 1963 and focuses primarily on growing Shira Utsuri, Jinrin Showa, Kohaku, Sanke, Showa, Shagoi, and many more different varieties. In the Japanese culture, it's obvious that the older brother takes over the company when needed. But in the case of the Yagenji Koi Farm, this is slightly different.
Good morning!
When Yaichi's son transferred the farm to his eldest son Toshinori, Daisuke's son decided to work as a chef after completing his school. It wasn't until they become quite busy that Daisuke came back to learn the trade and share in the farm with his father and elder brother. In the meantime, the eldest son, Toshinori, had gained a lot of experience at the Sakai fish farms in Hiroshima. The youngest brother, Daisuke-san, could not stay behind and decided to gain his experience at the Momotaro Koi Farm. What is so special about this breeder is that the brothers both have the same responsibilities. True brotherhood. The Jagenji Koi Farm is a very successful koi breeder with the most diverse varieties. And today they have a very special harvest planned. The Karashi Koi belongs to the Kawari Mono variety and is a mustard single-colored koi. This bloodline is created by Konishi. It's a cross between a Doitsu Akama Kigoi, female, and an olive green Wagoi Shagoi, male, both larger than 19 cm. The Konishi bloodline is known for his excellent body, size and color. Some of the koi from this bloodline are about a meter tall. So it's not surprising that these koi are extremely popular. The Karashi koi that we harvest today are about 3 years old. I am surprised at the enormous length and body that these koi already have. During the drive to the mud pond, Daisuke-san told me that there have been several unwanted visitors this summer. The feeding machine was found and destroyed by bears. The final results? The feed machine disappeared in the mud pond. Fortunately, the fish did not notice this because of the daily checks. Of course, a new one was placed very quickly after this. So it indicates what a breeder must take into account. The bears did not have any interest in the koi, but they definitely did in the fish food inside the machines.
Daisuke-san, but not.
Oh, tonight, dinner.
Dinner. Hi.
Thank you. タテゴイ。
デリシャスです。
Delicious. タテゴイ。タテゴイね。So many. もしもし。
It is time to go back to the koi house. The koi are loaded and the oxygen tanks do their work for the return trip. The first phone calls have already arrived. Some dealers have already heard that the exclusive fish are on their way from the mud pond to the koi house. Once back, the first customers are already waiting to select and buy the newly caught Karashi koi, including Ryuki Narita, one of the largest Japanese koi dealers. A respected man with a lot of knowledge for selecting koi, but also about the whole industry.
Narita-san, okay in video?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yes? Okay. So Narita-san is here for the first pick of the Karashi kois we just harvested. Of course, he wants to have the first selection. We buy many koi here in Niigata when for the harvest season.
Ryuki Narita waits quietly and looks at all the new Karashi koi one by one. After a good conversation with Daisuke-san, he decided to proceed to the next appointment. What he has seen or bought remains a surprise. Daisuke proudly shows the Karashi koi to the people who have come to see. He picks out a number of koi that he presents in a smaller bowl. And he's right, these koi are amazingly beautiful. Unfortunately, I have to skip this time. These fish are slightly out of my budget. Watching the brothers work together surprised me every single time. This oiled machine runs at full speed during the harvest season. After hard work, we are treated to a fantastic lunch by the family. I can't wait to return very soon to meet the brothers again. We are on time. The fish that just has been harvested arrives at INC, or better known as Isawa Nishiki Koi Center. A special spectacle by one of the most famous breeders from Niigata. Toshio Sakai was born with his older brother Toshiyuki and grew up here in Mushigame, Niigata. The history goes back many years, where the father was responsible for the development of the Matsunosuke bloodline. More about this later.
Why the fuck are you giving money
The
to my
youngest
mute?
brother, Toshio
Stop.
Sakai, set up his own
Now.
koi farm in Isawa.
Chat, it's up
Yamanashi
to you to
Prefecture.
wake Happy up.
Toshio Sakai is known as a wizard when it comes to the development of Nishiki-goi in general. The brothers work closely together. One of those reasons has to do with the location of the farm. Isawa has something special, something that the breeders in Niigata do not have. Spring water, hot spring water, straight from the ground. Of course, good for the growth, but that should not be the expense of quality. For that reason, many koi are brought to Niigata to grow at a slower pace. The result? The quality remains guaranteed. There is so much more to say about these brothers, and I hope to be able to continue this story very soon.
Natural water flow through, you know. There's some big fish.
Today is an exciting day for me, a day that I have secretly been looking forward to for a whole season. One of my own koi will be harvested today, a 3-year-old sanke from the well-known breeder Yamamatsu. Yamamatsu Koi Farm, otherwise known as Matsunosuke, won the championship at the All Japan Combined Nishiki-goi Show in 1955 for his sanke. Sanke became the trademark of Matsunosuke. Currently, many breeders use the Matsunosuke bloodline as Oyakoi. The Oyakoi is the Japanese name for parent koi. Yamamatsu Koi Farm is now run by Toshiaki Sakai. Their farm is famous throughout Japan and the world for producing high-quality go sanke. The Matsunosuke bloodline is world famous. It was the first bloodline that produced a Kosanke koi above 1 meter in size. A great achievement, and years of experience and the help of others, Sakai-san succeed in growing a sanke of more than 1 meter. Not only the length is special, but also the excellent skin quality is known by the Matsunosuke bloodline. Back to my Asugari sanke, bought at Koi Center Snake, when the fish was about 2 years old. The combination of good skin quality and body shape was decisive for me when I bought the fish. Selecting and buying koi is something very personally. Always select a koi that you like. In the end, the koi will swim in your pond. For this koi, I see potential for future shows in Europe, but that's why I bought it. She will stay here for a couple of years to grow, but for now she will attend in the Nokiasai Koi show in Ojiya. There she achieved a 3rd place for best in size, so I'm pretty happy. We will continue following this koi in the next coming years.
Ja hoor, toen was het een grote. Maar ik kon het niet zo goed zien.
Zoom, 59. Of zelfs die 60.
Ja, 60.
Ja.
Bijna 60.
Dat was 52?
51.
51. Is goed. Wat een reus. Papa is heel blij, opa.
So that's my Sanka, guys. Together with Sander. Sander's happy and I'm happy, very happy too.
Hij had het mee daar.
Ook weer.
65. 65?
Oh. Ja, dit is de doorstroom, hè? Die schouder.
Dit moet je niet 62.
So there's the entry form for the Nokiasai Koi show this Saturday.
It is my favorite day of this trip. Under program, the #1 harvest of the Marudo Koi Farm. The Marudo Koi Farm is not located in the mountains of Yamakoshi like most breeders are. The koi house is located in Nagaokashi at the foot of the mountains. It is a 15-minute ride to the mud ponds. The crew checks the last things to prevent problems during the ride through the mountains. A responsible job, because nothing can go wrong on this special day. It is time for a tradition, toasting for a good harvest. Not only those present have to toast, even the mud pond will also receive a special treatment with sake. What do the names Hisashi Hirasawa and Dainichi have in common? Mention the name Marudo Koi Farm, and many their hearts start beating a little faster. Before Hirasawa-san took over the Marudo Koi farm, he worked for no less than 18 years for the Danichi Koi farm. His teacher? Mr. Minoru Mano himself. In 1987, he stopped at the Danichi Koi farm and took over the Marudo Koi farm. During the long period at the Danichi Koi farm, Hirasawa-san learned to focus primarily on body conformation and he. Improving these two parts is essential in breeding very high quality Nishiki-goi.
Wow, look at this, guys. Amazing.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
I don't have exact figures, but back in the days, the Marudo Koi farm produced 5 million baby fry, of which just
Why are you
under
subbing to my
1.5
mute?
million were of the Showa variety. After the hatching of the eggs, less than 10% remains, and a maximum of 5,000 Showas were selected. Like many breeders in Japan, he wants to win the All Japan Koi Show, the highest stage where breeders can show their pride to the rest of the world. The honor and prestige you get is a dream for every single koi breeder. The fact that I can be present at this harvest is already very special. For the second year in a row, I can film the #1 harvest of the Marudo Koi farm. A special thanks to Johan and Domi, who introduced me here 2 years ago.
One fish maybe like not really lift up, but like look.
Fake shot.
Fake shot. Thank you. And okay. Thank you.
So next year we will have script.
Yeah.
Act 1, scene 1. Toshi said, yeah, please.
It is quite satisfying to see the relief on the face of the breeder.
Japanese bath.
Everyone looks very happy with the results of this year's harvest.
Back, float. Yeah. So we just got back at the greenhouse, and all the koi came safely from the mud pond. And they're waiting to unload it.
Yeah, I've actually seen them. Yeah? They're still amazing.
Ah.
Yeah.
Knocked your side last year. And now he's and she looks amazing. So it's ready for the picture. Oh, there they are. They're very proud. Ready to get the next one out?
While the breeder is busy with the latest photos, I want to take time to thank you for watching my video. Sharing my adventures is so important to me. I hope that I have made you enthusiastic to continue with the hobby or to start with the hobby.
Every year, thousands of Japanese men and women vanish without a trace.
仕事に行ってたっていうか、私たちは仕事に行ったと思ってたんですけど、結局その時はもう辞めてたっていうのは分かったんですけれども、後から。
They are known as the Johatsu, or evaporated people. And they engineer their own disappearances.
家出る時に普通に会社行ってくるわって言うてスーツケース持って出てきたっていう感じなんで。
Why do they choose to disappear?
見たことあります？
どこで毎日寝泊まりして。
And what do they leave behind?
もう本当それだけでいいんですよ。もう 今もう生きてんのか死んでんのかは
At 7:30 p.m. every day, a ferry leaves the port of Tokyo for Kyushu, the southernmost island in the Japanese archipelago. On March the 3rd, 2002, Naoki Miyamoto boarded the ferry. He has never been seen again. Naoki was 24. 17 years have passed. His family is still waiting for his return.
とにかく1回でいいから帰ってきてほしいかなって。もう両親ももう高齢ですし、電話だけでもいいんですけどね。声だけでもいいんですけどね。
Naoki's family initially left his room untouched, but over the years, clutter has accumulated, symbolic of the mess he left behind.
なんか毎回見れば見るたんびにやっぱりいなくなった理由が分かんないですし。
On the day he disappeared, Naoki left for work in the morning as usual. He worked in a cleaning company.
仕事に行ってたっていうか、私たちは仕事に行ったと思ってたんですけど、結局その時はもう辞めてたっていうのは分かったんですけれども、後から。
That night, Naoki did not return home. 2 days later, the Miyamotos received a call from a ferry company. Naoki's belongings had been found in a cabin, but Naoki was nowhere to be found.
もうパニックですよね。もう何が起きてるのかよくわからない感じで、どうすればいいのかわかんない感じで、もう途方に暮れるような。
Could Naoki have fallen overboard?
しかもすごい大きくて、変な言い方ですけど2階から1階に落っこったとしても海になんて出ないようなぐらいの、海上保安庁さんとかも調査してくれたんだと思うんですけども、いや死体が上がってくることもないし。
No one knows for sure if Naoki is dead or alive, but Tsuoshi is convinced that his younger brother did not take his own life.
これが直樹が当日持ってたやつですね。だからこれが直樹の当時着てた服で、ラジオまで持ってってんですよ。だからなんか普通に生活するつもりで、なんかあった時のためにこういうとこが直樹らしいんですけど、電池もわざわざ持ってってるんで、なんか自分から命を絶とうとか、なんか何もかもなくそうとしてるとは僕にはもう全然思えないんですよね。
His brother says there was nothing in Naoki's past to suggest he would choose to disappear.
例えば海外に何ヶ月か行ってる時にも、もうよく手紙書いてくる人だったんですね。でも何の連絡もなく突然いなくなるっていうのにはもう考えられないっていうのが。
According to Japan's National Police Agency, there were close to 85,000 people reported missing in 2017. Most of them were subsequently found. But experts believe the official numbers are only the tip of the iceberg.
それはあくまでも警察に、行方不明者届が出された人の数ですから、警察に捜索願を出していませんという人の話をたくさん聞いたことがあります。8万5千人と、そして見つかった方が7万4千人と出てきますけれども、そうするとその差は1万1千人と。じゃあ翌年、次の年また8万5千人いなくなったと。 それでは前年度の見つからなかった1万1000人はどこに数字を入れてるのかと、そういう人たちも入れますと、もしかしたら100万人超えるかもしれません。
Retired policeman Hiroshi Tahara has been helping families look for their missing loved ones for the last 15 years.
ここに黒く塗りつぶした人たちはみんな解決してます。
Naoki Miyamoto is one of the long-standing cases which remains unsolved.
船の中の彼の部屋はジャンバーにしてもズボンにしてもですね、きれいにハンガーにかけてあったし、現金だとかまたはパスポート、そういうものがきれいにベッドの上に並べてあったと。おそらく船から落ちたんじゃないかと高額県警で調べましたけれども、誰もこの人を見た人はいないと、この船に乗らなかったんじゃないかという形で警察は発表しておりますが、じゃあなぜそんなことをしなきゃいけなかったんだという謎が残ったままです。
The cases that Hiroshi investigates are often unexplained. There is usually no evidence of foul play, leaving family members baffled.
警察が捜索願いを受理してくれた人だけを乗っけてます。例えば山に登ってくるというこういう格好で出かけていってそのまま帰ってこないと、みんな突然いなくなってるからこそ家族がね探すわけです。
The Johatsa phenomenon is not a new one in Japan.
1970年代にその蒸発という言葉が一番時期にはですね、その蒸発という言葉が自由とセットで使われて、例えば夫婦関係に何か問題があっても自由に離婚できるような空気はまだまだ少なかったんですね。蒸発することがある種の煩わしい人間関係からの自由を意味していた。
And in ancient times, unexplained disappearances were often attributed to the spiritual realm.
神隠しという土着の村とかの民族信仰に神が人を隠すという、そういう考え方に基づいていたんですけれども、そういう人々があまり見たくないような現実があって、それを神が隠したという言葉によってうやむやにする、ベールをかけて、それが見えないようにみんなにある種の納得をさせるという。
In modern-day Japan, there is a system that helps people disappear. Openly listed as Yonige Yas, which means night-moving shops, these specialized businesses help people vanish overnight.
借金取りから逃がすための一つのシステムでね、この人たちは知らないでそういうことをやってますと一つの犯罪の片棒を担ぐことにもなりかねないわけです。
Miho Saita owns one of the most established night-moving companies in Japan.
多分昔の夜逃げっていうのはそういうお金に困ってとかこうずるいことをしてとか多分生まれると思うんですけど、私たちが扱ってる案件はそうではないので違法ではないと認識しています。
But Miho has asked us to hide her identity to protect her clients and herself. The jobs she takes on are often those shunned by regular movers. Today, she is heading to Shizuoka Prefecture, 200 kilometers away from Tokyo.
ご家族の中で DV があって、そこの奥様と娘さん、あとそのお母さんを避難させに向かってます。
Each day, Miho receives around 5 to 10 calls for help. In a month, she can get up to 300 calls.
今でも10万社ぐらいはあるとは聞いてる。普通の引っ越しよりも高くは取れるしっていう。
A regular moving job in Japan typically costs about $300 US. But Miho charges between $450 to $2,700 US for each move, sometimes even more.
今までやったケースで一番高かったのが 120万ぐらい。
It's a premium some are willing to pay, driven by desperation. Miho's newest client contacted her 3 weeks ago.
時間がない中でちょっと逃がしてほしいと。あんまり話す時間がなく、ちょっとそのご主人が帰ってくるまでの間のちょっとバタバタとした時間の中で話を聞きました。あんまりベラベラ喋るわけにもいかない。結局子供が何々喋っちゃったりするケースもあるので、もうすぐ引っ越すんだよ。
In such cases where there are children and the elderly involved, the escape can get complicated.
もうお母さんがいるって時点で大きい方だと思います。心配しますね。明日にしてもこうなったらどうしようとか。
Miho Saita and her staff are helping a client flee her abusive husband.
量的にはかなりあるんですか。
段ボールは下手したら100箱近くあるかもしれないっていう。
結構多いですね。
うん。
わかりました。
最初に話した段階で、大事なものを一つのカバンにまとめといてくださいというのは言ってあるから、細工ちょっとするだけにして。
The team plans to execute the move the next morning, after the client's husband leaves home for work.
出雲そんなこう道がないから、あんまりねこの車でちょっと目立っちゃうと思うので。そうそう。一番心配事はご主人が帰ってくることですね。だから突然もう大丈夫やと思ったこちらが開始して直後振り返ったらいるとか結構そういうケースがあるので。
旦那が出かけない可能性もあるんですよね。
全く出かけないかもしれない。動けないと思うので、一応私たちが抑えに入るから、先に走っていってください。はい。何だと言われても、最後に警察通報してっていう、一応暴力とかがあるみたいなので、もうこれで失敗しちゃったら、多分二度と出れないので、明日どんなことがあっても、彼女を絶対に逃がします。
Miho is determined to get the client out. For her, this is not just a job.
その時はこう内縁の夫から暴力を毎日受けていて、毎日男からどやされるわけですよ。死ねとかバカとか。まだ DV そういうストーカー規制法の前だったので、普通の引っ越し屋さんに聞いても断られる。で行く場所もない。でお金もない。
Desperate, Miho took the car and ran.
私も別に逃げることを推奨してるわけじゃない。多分一般的に本当にトラブルでこのままいったら自分が壊れてしまう。まあ本当に中に追い詰められてこのままいたらもう死ぬしかない。私自身もそうなんですけど、相手を殺すか自分が死ぬか、死ぬぐらいだったら逃げちゃった方がいいと思いますね。
9 a.m. Miho and her team are off.
張り切って行ってみましょう。ねえ、ご主人がちょっといるかいないかがまだ連絡が取れていないのでわからない状況です。
Miho has not heard from her client since last night.
何が起こるかわかんないしね。どっかで気を抜いちゃうと大失敗するし。そうですね。家は右か左か？
右からなんですけど。
これだ。
Miho is still waiting for the client's call to give the green light to enter her house.
もしもし、斉田です。おはようございます。大丈夫ですか？ご主人出かけた。わかりました。
The coast is clear. The team can get down to work. The client, Noriko, is still packing. Miho and her men need to move fast. They did not expect so many boxes of belongings.
で、2階はご主人のとこだからないってことですね。だからもうここだけですよね。
The movers need to empty out almost the entire ground floor. There is no time to waste. Noriko's husband may return at any time.
段ボールとかいっちゃうよ。
For Noriko, engaging the help of these so-called night movers is the only way out of an abusive marriage.
とりあえず帰ってきたとしてもこの状態なんですぐ入ってこれない。城壁を作ります。はい、行け。行く。段ボールこれラストね。はい。全部トラックで行ける？
トラックで全部行きます。
あ、オッケー。
In less than 2 hours, the house is almost emptied of its contents. Noriko is leaving home for good. Noriko's mother and her child have already left before the movers arrived. For their safety, Miho will not reveal where they're heading.
ちょっと遠距離なので、娘さんとお母さんと会うために、今待ち合わせ地点に向かってます。で、そこの近くで今日は一泊をして、それからまた明日、最終目的地に到着します。
By tomorrow evening, Noriko and her family will arrive in a new city, and Miho has also made arrangements for their new life.
準備もとりあえず家の方の準備とあとライフラインの準備が整ったので、あとその前に、弁護士のまっすぐ着手してもらって、でそれに伴って役所の準備、あと近所の警察への届けで、そういうのから済まして。
I don't even know what the hell bits even do.
Love you, happy, love you, chat less than 3.
In Japan, a formal declaration can be made at the city government to keep one's address and contact details private.
まだ追ってくるんじゃないかとかそういう怖さはやっぱりちょっと残ってます。家の中にこもってることがほとんどだったんで、正直時間も何日経ったんだかもなんかこう体感できるような時間がなかった。
For 3 years, Noriko has been living her life on edge.
じゃないですけど、余計なこと言っちゃったりすると、やっぱり足が飛んできたり、手が飛んできたり、物が飛んできたりっていうのはもう、だから本当にちょっともう。
I don't even know what the hell bits even do.
You're my favorite
She
mute.
wears a back brace every day, but it offered little protection from her husband's blows.
足がポンと出てきた時、こっちバランス崩して、体支えきれなくてこうパタンみたいな。
In Miho's experience, there is often the least can or will do.
いやいや、そうじゃないって言っても、大丈夫大丈夫、ちょっと落ち着けばとか、もうとりあえず何かあったら電話ちょうだいね。でも基本的な役所はここまでの仕事で、警察はここまでの仕事、ただここの部分がないっていうので私たちがいるっていうだけのことですかね。
The move has given Noriko hope for the future.
今もうね、特にもうやっぱり早く子供の顔を見て、もうここじゃない場所で、のびのびと生活できたらな。もう普通でいいんでのびのび生活したいですね。はい。
According to official figures, 1 in 3 women are victims of domestic abuse in Japan. But less than 3% report their perpetrators to the police.
最も恐れることというのは報復ですね、加害者からの。になったとしても、例えば暴行罪の場合は懲役2年以下になってるんですよね。そういった意味でも非常に加害者にとっては報復がやりやすい状態になってしまっていると。
Domestic abuse is just one reason why people choose to disappear.
特に目的はないのに家を出ていくというような、現象として扱われることが、多くって。
Sugimoto evaporated 2 years ago. His family owns a business empire in the Kansai region.
でやっぱりそこでその田舎の地元で歩いてると「あどこどこさんの子供やね」って言われてもうみんなの目が、ずっと見てる感じやったんですよね。
Before he evaporated, Sugimoto was running his family business. But the company was bleeding money.
もうそういう人間関係が嫌になって僕はもう飛び出してきたっていう感じですよね。
Sugimoto vanished a day after he contacted a night moving agent.
家出る時に普通に会社行ってくるわって言ってスーツケース持って出てきたっていう感じなんで。
He left behind a wife and 3 children.
やっぱり僕の中でもどうしてもその子供のことが心配で、置いていくのがもう心残りやったんですけど。
But he never thought of bringing his family with him.
嫁さんとかとうまくいってればその選択肢はあったと思うんですけど、だからそういうこともあってもう一人で逃げてきたっていうことですよね。出てくる時に離婚届置いて出てきたんですよ。
For people like Sugimoto, disappearing is a way of escaping the pressures of living in modern Japan.
日本にはその世間体って言葉があって、これは世間というものをすごく気にする文化。そういう視線に耐えられなくなるっていう意識を持つ人がやっぱり日本にはいるんですよね。でそのようなその個人に責任を求めるプレッシャーが現代の蒸発の一つの原因になっている可能性はありますね。
Living in a rented apartment arranged by the night movers, Sugimoto has been surviving on his savings and part-time jobs.
良くなったか悪くなったかでいうと正直言うてわからないところがあるんですけどですよね。やっぱりどうしてもその人と関わることが嫌になってくるんで、もしかしたらそれが子供とか嫁さんとかっていうふうに最悪なることもあったんじゃないかな。だからあのまま行くと子供たちお父さん嫌いっていうふうになったんじゃないかなっていうは思います。
で特に日本人っていうのは昔から小さな島国で和を重んじるというか子より和ですよね。その結果例えば自分がプライドを傷つけられた恥ずかしい思いをした場合に自己主張をせずにその場から消えてしまうっていう選択肢になると思うんですけれども。
For those who are determined to stay hidden, is it possible to remain invisible in modern-day Japan?
もうちょっと情報をもらえるようにした方がいいんじゃないかな。
80-year-old Masayoshi Miyazawa has been missing for more than a month. Before he disappeared, Masayoshi and his wife lived in a retirement home in Hamamatsu City.
だから私にみんな聞くけど、私もあえて言ってないから。
一般的に人がいなくなるっていう時はやはりその家族に原因があると思われがちなので、何かその自分たちに問題があると思われる可能性が高いわけですよね。周囲に知られると。でおそらくそれを避けたいという気持ちが働いているのではないかなと思います。
Michiko agrees to speak, but has asked us not to reveal her appearance on camera. She believes her husband's disappearance was triggered by a dispute with the staff in the retirement home.
Why are you subbing to my
そう
mute?
怒鳴られた後にね、毎日出ては外で時間潰してそういう生活だったから、そういうのがもうってもう本当に暗闇の中に入っちゃって、もう出口がないっていう状態で、でもやっぱり心配だな、どういうふうにやったらいいのかっていうのが分かんない。翌朝もうこんなとこにいられないって言って、カバンの中に全財産、通帳とカードと入れて、現金も少しあったから入れて、もう本当に木の幹のままで出てったんだけど、
その中でもやっぱりこう失踪っていうのはですね、一番大きな理由っていうのはやっぱり人間関係が壊れて、波状して、それが職場からいなくなる、もしくは家庭からいなくなるっていう失踪が一番多いなっていうのは、もうこの20何年間常々思うことですね。
On the day he left, Michiko followed Masayoshi to the Hamamatsu station. That's the last place he was seen.
切符を買ってたから、新幹線で行くのかなと思って新幹線の改札口を見てたんだけど、いないわけ、通らないわけ。本当にどこでどうしてるっていうのが全然わかんないから、でこんなに長くかかると思わないから、そのうち帰ってくるだろうと思って。
But Masayoshi did not return. A week after he left, Michiko discovered that 200,000 yen, the equivalent of $1,800, had been withdrawn from his bank account. Her husband has epilepsy, and Michiko worries about whether he brought enough medication with him.
でも本人の発作はさ、本人が分かんないじゃん、意識を失っちゃうから。全財産持って歩いてるから、そういうのがなんてなくなったら困るなって、そういう心配もあるわけ、やっぱり。
Michiko filed a missing persons report with the police, but they were unable to help.
困るし、警察は警察でね、それで自分の意思で出てったんだから、どうしようもないと。
日本の法律では家出人を探すっていうシステムがないわけですよね。どこに住んでね、どんな生活をしても自由ですよという自由権というのがすごく認められてますから。
With no way of finding her husband on her own, Michiko turned to a private investigating agency.
住まれてる場所でですね、この浜松市を中心にまず宿泊施設であったり、で駅周辺にご主人がですね、この方お金結構持ってるもので部屋を借りてる可能性も当然あるわけなんですよ。ですからそういう問い合わせでまず不動産の方にも立ち寄ってないか、それで今情報取材はどんどん進めてるんですけれども、
まもなく直進方向東名東京。
Private investigator Katsunori Kudo is working against the clock. The likelihood that Masayoshi will be found decreases with each passing day.
ところがこれがだんだん期間が経ってくると、だんだん人の記憶も曖昧になってきますから、なんか見たことあるようなないようなっていう形の情報しかだんだん得られなくなってくるんですね。
But Katsunori has received a new lead. Masayoshi's bag has been found in a restaurant and handed over to the police.
これからまずご主人のバッグが見つかった沼津の方にまず向かって。
His private investigating agency has a 60% success rate in finding a missing person. But not all are found alive.
生きててくれればいいんですけど、今まで扱ってて事故で亡くなってた方もいますし、自殺の方もいましたし、今回の場合は一応お金持って出てるので自殺の恐れはないとは思うんですけれども、いやでもそれをずっと持って歩いて誰かがもし見たらね、よからぬことを考える人がいてもやっぱり怖いですよね、そういうのって。
Numazu is just an hour away from Hamamatsu, but Katsunori has no idea exactly where the bag was found.
実は警察から教えてもらってる住所っていうのが住所がなくて枝番だけなんですよ。すいません。実はちょっと行方不明になったおじいちゃん探してるんですけど、この店でね、こういうカバンを忘れ物があって警察に届けたってこちらのお店じゃないですかね。
事務所に行ってみないとそこは分かんない。事務所で一応
はい、すいません。すいません。あればまだいいんですけれども、もし全然違う人がねこのカバンポイッと置いてたってなるとことがことですので、最悪のちょっとことも考えられなくもないですし。
そうですか。
With no luck so far, Katsunori tries the railway ticket office next.
見たことあります。
見たことない。
これ別に貼らなくて結構ですから後でちょっと皆さんで見ていただければと思いまして。
ちょっとですね。購入受け取っていいのかどうなるか。ちょっと待って。
すいません。要は協力が得られにくくなったんですね。個人情報保護法の関係で。その個人情報にあたる写真とか名前が書いてある書類自体を預かるのが難しくなってきているという。ちょっとお断りいたしますっていう形で断られるケースも非常に多いんですよ。
この方はお客さんとどういう感じですか？親ですか？
奥さん。
Tracking down a missing person is a daunting task in Japan due to its ironclad privacy laws. Except for criminal cases, personal data cannot be accessed by the police, not even after someone has died.
まずただのというか失踪人に関して言うと海外にの出国記録とかを調べることは全く不可能ですね。と銀行もですね、家族が問い合わせても答えてくれないとか答えられないケースが多いんですね。わかるんですよ。個人情報保護法が大事だっていうのもわかるんですけれども、例えば命の天秤をかけた時にどちらが大事なのかっていう話にもなってきますし。
This premium that the Japanese place on personal privacy has made it possible for those who want to remain hidden to stay hidden. And there are ways for them to eke out a new life without being found.
昔の日本では旅館とかパチンコ店の住み込みっていう形で働く人がいたのも事実です。もともと持ってる技術、自分がしてる仕事、そういう仕事について働いてる人も意外と多いんですよ。で、一部働きもせずにホームレス化する方もいます。
なんでそんなことを問題にするんだよと。また帰るも帰らないのも自分の自由だという自由権がありますからね。
With no new information, Katsunori leaves empty-handed tonight. For Michiko, the wait continues.
毎日朝夕浜松の駅へ来てで駅の周りを西行ったり東行ったりどっかその辺に歩いてないかなと思って回ったりいるんだけど、だからどこで毎日寝泊まりしてもうかね、考えてくれてるかな。何にもしないでお部屋にいるとね、もうどうしようもないわけ。私も今だってキャッててもね、私はダメだけどね。
The pain of losing a loved one suddenly doesn't diminish with time. Tsuyoshi is still grappling with guilt 17 years after his brother abruptly disappeared.
直樹がいなくなる2ヶ月前にここに4人で来たんですね。たまたま直樹が珍しく、将来こうしたいんだとかって言われたんですけど、それはちょっと大変だからやめた方がいいんじゃないかみたいなことを言ってしまって、あんまり話は聞けなかったなっていう感じですね。もうちょっと聞いてればよかったなっていうのはもう本当に正直なところですね。
The search for his brother continues, even after 17 years.
僕は何回かいろんなバージョンでポスター作ったりとかしてとか、いろんな駅回ったりとかっていうのをずっとやってて、同じような立場でいなくなっちゃった家族の人たちとも交流してたりとかしても、やっぱり何の音沙汰もなく。
The searching, hoping, and waiting has taken a toll on his family.
そういうので一時もう本当に疲れちゃって、なんていうんですか、特に母は急激に老けて。
Both Tsuyoshi's parents have been diagnosed with dementia a few years ago. He fears they may not live to see Naoki's return.
だんだんちょっと2人とも耳も聞こえなくなってきてるんで、なんかこう写真だけでもいいんで、今もう生きてんのか死んでんのか分かんないっていうのは結構辛いものもあるんで。
Sugimoto left his family 2 years ago. He knows his family has been searching for him.
以前免許の切り替え、運転免許の切り替えで公安行った時に「撮ってます」って「捜索願い出てるんですけど」っていう話で僕の気持ちが変わったんですよね。
A year ago, Sugimoto started contacting his children by text.
だから何かあったらもうその写真を見て元気を出すみたいな。これ昔住んどった家なんですけど、入学式なんですよ、この一番下の。
Sugimoto plans to meet his children over the summer holidays. They don't know the truth about his disappearance yet.
もう仕事でこっち側に出てきとるっていう体を言うてあるんで、だから子供が私たちを置いてお父さんだけ逃げていったっていうのが分かった時にどういう思いするのかなっていう心配はありますね。
家族の元から出て行ってしまったけれども、本当は帰りたいっていう、特に今多い男性の中年層のそう考える方が多いんじゃないかなと思います。だけどもそこで帰れないのはやっぱり自分から自分の意思で出てってるのにね、結局自分のわがままで家から出てってるんだけども、どんな顔してよくまた戻ってきたんだっていう、日本人的な感覚ですけどもね。
もしもし。こんばんは。
Night moving agent Miho Saito has been helping her clients escape domestic abuse, and her work doesn't end after they've escaped.
どうですか？
ちょっとね、ほっとして。
Not only does she offer emotional support, she tries to make sure her former clients are never found.
もしあれだったらもう携帯も解約してしまうか、もう最悪弁護士先生の方に送って預かってもらうか、私でも預かりますし、解約するとね、その解約の場所がバレてしまうっていう可能性もなきにしもってところなので、できたらちょっと県外の方に移動して 今まで17年間やってきて、
Why are you subbing to my mute?
件ぐらいはもう遺伝に携わってるんですけど、それでバレたことはないですね。
But Miho herself has been tracked down and confronted by angry ex-husbands.
一番ひどい例だと、日本刀を出してきたとか、あと、もうゴルフのアイアン持って私に殴りかかってきたりとか。
Threats like these have not stopped Miho from helping other victims.
この商売を始めて、商売っていうのもちょっと語弊が、やっぱりこう、仲間っていうんですかね。最初は依頼者さんですけど、その後も同士で。
Why are you subbing to my mute?
綺麗事で言っちゃうと多分人助けだと思うんですけど。
It's been 3 months since Miho helped Noriko escape her abusive husband.
やっぱりちょっとここまで来たからないだろうっていう安心はあるんだけども、やっぱ片隅に今のこの世の中どんな手使っても探そうと思えば探せちゃうのかなって、せっかくここまで来てるんだからこそっていう。
ただ多分あの時説明したのが全方向見れるからぐらいの。
A lawyer is handling Noriko's divorce proceedings. For now, at least, she is living life off the grid, but she still has her anxieties.
何か思ってる以上追跡
Why are you subbing to my mute?
だったり、新しいところ行っても盗聴器ついてんじゃないかっていう、そういうちょっとした猜疑心というか、やっぱりちょっとカメラとか見てるとこれ映っちゃったりしないのかなとかっていう不安だとか。
Noriko doesn't know how long she will have to remain in hiding.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
そういう部分まだちょっとそこまで考え出したらキリがないし、やっぱり自分が一番恐怖で思い出したくない顔が出てくるので。今は本当それこそ自由にじゃないですけど、私はやっぱり自分自身で今回の判断だけは決して間違ってないであろうとそう思ってます。
みんな好きで隠れるわけではないし、ただすごい追い詰めた人物がいるのにそこに戻ることはありえないので。
Miho herself has gone to the extent of changing her appearance to avoid being found by her former partner.
だからすごい向こうから男が歩いてくる。私はすぐ気づくんですけど、でやばいと思ってやっぱりフレードが来るので、向こうも全然気づかずという。人から逃げていけることは簡単ではないです。それがもう永遠に逃げるのはちょっと違うだろうって話はしますね。
After vanishing 2 years ago, Sugimoto finally met with his children.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
But he is not yet ready to go home.
どうなんでしょう。僕の中で格好悪いところは見せたくないっていうところがあるんですよね。前よりは稼げないと。子供たちにはかっこ悪いパパに見えるんじゃないかなとかっていうね。だからそれより上になった時に初めて僕は子供たちと一緒に住めると思っとるんで、最終的に今すぐは許されなくても、子供たちが大きくなって結婚して自分が子供ができたりとかして、お父さんってこういう気持ちやったんやとかっていう時は分かると思うんですよね、いずれは。
Why are you subbing to my mute?
80-year-old Masayoshi Miyazawa has been found after disappearing for 3 months.
あるホテルの方から情報が入りました。その情報っていうのはですね、ホテルの方に対象のご主人様が宿泊したと。
But Masayoshi has chosen not to return home.
手紙が来る、一方的な手紙が来るもん。
His wife, Michiko, didn't take the news well.
いいから、ごめんなさい。
だからまだずっと出たまんまで、その理由は多分 ご家族しかわからないのかなっていう感じですね。
ね、または人間同士、親子、兄弟、その関係で、絆と言いますけども、そういうものをしっかり捕まえておかないと解決できる問題ではありませんよね。
Under Japanese law, a person can be declared dead 7 years after he's gone missing. But Naoki's family has never considered that option, even after 17 years.
いまだに母も直樹が帰ってくるために一応ね、お金とかもちゃんと用意したりとか、夢も見ますからね。たまに直樹も出てくる時はあるんで、当たり前のように帰ってきてて、なんで何にも言わないんだとかって言って僕が怒ってる夢とか、もうどっちだかでも元気な姿をちょっと見せてあげてほしいなっていうのがありますね。
The rescue of 33 miners from the depths of a copper mine in Chile.
I don't even know what the hell bits even do.
Go to sleep. Have a good night, Happy. Please don't forget to take care of yourself, everyone. Much love, Lesson 3.
As the world held its breath, an unprecedented rescue mission swung into action. Channel 4 was there, capturing this unfolding drama to create the definitive day-by-day account. The story of how 33 miners, buried alive, were miraculously saved. August the 5th, 2010. The San Jose mine in northern Chile is ripped apart by a massive collapse. Our story begins with retired miner Jose Vega. His son Alex was working in the mine, and he hasn't signed back in from his shift. Alex and 32 other men are missing, feared dead. Jose knows this mine well. He gathers a search party, and together they drive down into the mine's access tunnel, desperately searching for survivors.
El piso agrietado, una Y, el techo agrietado, los costados agrietados, y cayendo piedra a diferentes lugares, y en verdad pues daba miedo, mucho miedo.
Jose drives deeper and deeper down through the unstable mine. But suddenly, his path is blocked by a huge slab of fallen rock. Jose's only hope of finding his son is if he can find a way down beneath the collapse. The main tunnels of this mine, which spiral over 2,500 feet into the earth, are linked by vertical ventilation shafts. So Jose and his team try to abseil down through these shafts. The unstable mine is still creaking. If it collapses again, they could easily be crushed.
Buen poco, no sabría en este rato medirlo porque la ansiedad, los minutos se hacen horas. Así que no sé cuántos metros bajamos. Había un lugar que parecía firme.
Jose's found a shaft down to beneath the collapse. The authorities send in another search party. But suddenly, the ground shakes again. It's the second collapse. The ventilation shafts are completely crushed.
Caja izquierda fracturada completa. Chimenea completamente aterrada. El 12 y 8 no existe.
Jose's forced to leave the mine without knowing whether his son is alive or dead.
Es un bloque que tiene como 135 metros de alto.
Mining Minister Lawrence Goldburn is on site coordinating the operation.
That collapse meant that there was no way that we will make this rescue in a short period of time.
A manned rescue mission is now out of the question. The first of 9 high-speed drilling rigs arrive at the site. These machines are now the only hope of finding the miners. Each rig will bore an exploratory 6-inch wide hole into tunnels below the collapse. Raul Dagnino is in charge of one of the drilling rigs.
The big challenge on this is we need to drill fast because what we know is that the miners underground, they only have few days to survive. After that, there is not going to be oxygen.
More and more of the missing miners' friends and families are gathering at the mine, desperately hoping for news. Carola's husband, Raul Bustos, was an engineer on the day shift.
Abajo está mi marido y acá lo estoy esperando yo y en Talcahuano lo esperan sus 2 hijos. Él es fuerte. Él va a salir.
The drills are targeted at 3 levels, where the miners might be trapped. The first is 1,000 feet down, but there's no sign of life. The next, at 1,660 feet. Again, there's just a dark and empty tunnel. The last place left to look is a refuge right at the bottom of the mine. A room with maybe 3 days of food. But it's going to take another whole week to reach it. Rescue teams aim for tunnels near the refuge. They're only 15 feet wide and 2,200 feet down. To make matters worse, the drills are also deflected by the hard rock. So engineers must adjust the trajectory of the drills, like trying to curve a football into the top corner of a goal. But this goal is half a mile away. "14 days have now passed since the mine collapsed. The first of 4 drills is nearing the refuge. But it misses the target by less than 100 feet.
It's obviously a big disappointing for the crew, We normally work for finding minerals, you know. We never drill to find lives. And you see all this big camp and everybody there, you know, people crying. It's getting critical. More days, less chances. We have to keep drilling until we hit a target, you know.
It's been 2.5 weeks. Everyone fears the miners are dead. But then, in the early hours of the morning, all the drilling teams stop. One of the rigs has broken through into a tunnel close to the refuge. Everyone listens. Engineers think they can hear faint banging sounds reverberating up the drill pipe. For the next 6 hours, they wait while the drill is winched back to the surface. When it finally emerges, Goulburn and his team discover something incredible. A note is strapped to the end.
Estamos bien en el refugio Los 33.
A CCTV camera and phone line are lowered down into the hole. Out of the darkness, the first blurred images of the miners emerge.
¿Aló? Sí, lo escucho. Está hablando el jefe de turno Luis Ursúa. Luis Ursúa, acá habla el ministro de Minería, Lawrence Goulburn. Estamos bien, con los ánimos esperando que los rescaten. Estamos ya iniciando los procesos de hacer túneles, chimeneas.
Jubilant strains of the Chilean national anthem reach the surface. But after 17 days facing death in the blackness, no one knows how well their bodies and minds have coped. After 17 days entombed half a mile underground, the 33 miners begin to tell us their story. Luis Ursúa is the shift supervisor, the boss of all the men. After the collapse, Luis sent out search parties. The miners discovered they weren't just confined to the refuge. They're also able to move through over half a mile of tunnels. On camera, they describe the desperation of those first 17 days.
Era como la esperanza de una vía de comunicación hacia arriba. Pusimos muchas señales de humo hacia allá. Prendimos filtro, neumático. Fueron momentos desesperantes.
Lewis insisted they strictly ration what little food they had. Each survived on just a sip of milk and 1 spoon of tuna every 2 days.
Ahí fue nuestra primera cocina. En una de las tapas de un filtro de un camión hicimos una sopita muy rica por lo demás.
17 days of starvation has left their bodies close to collapse. Getting them food is the top priority. 3 6-inch bores were drilled during the initial search. One hit the tunnel outside the refuge. The other 2 broke through higher into a tunnel near the workshop. Now these narrow holes are critical lifelines. Hollow tubes will be packed with provisions and winched 2,300 feet down to the miners. But there's a problem. The food they so desperately need could kill them. The Chilean government called up NASA to give advice. Medic Dr. Jay Polk was part of the team.
Because the miners were eating barely enough to get by, probably less than 300 calories a day. In effect, they were starving. What we worry about is something called refeeding syndrome, which can cause a low level of phosphate, which can then lead to cardiac dysrhythmias or cardiac failure.
Too much carbohydrate can cause a fatal shock to the system, as phosphate is diverted away from the heart. So, a carefully balanced solution of glucose, minerals, and vitamins is shipped down. Engineers now focus on a plan for getting the men out. They must bore a half-mile-long shaft into the ground, wide enough to lower an escape capsule down to rescue the men. This complex feat of engineering could last months, and no one knows how long the miners can survive. Cheers ring out around the sprawling collection of tents, now named Camp Hope. The rescue drill has arrived. This is the Strata 950. It will soon become known as Plan A. This drill cuts using 3 rotating tungsten steel discs. First, it will punch a 15-inch pilot hole down to the miners. Then, a second device, known as a reamer, will widen the hole to around 28 inches, wide enough to extract the men. The Strata 950 is designed to drill perfectly straight vertical
Why are you
holes.
subbing to my mute?
It also needs over 20 liters of water per second to lubricate and cool the cutting bit. But there's a problem. The mine is in the middle of the Atacama Desert, the driest place on Earth. The nearest water supply is a borehole, an hour's drive from the mine. At Camp Hope, the never-ending convoy of water tankers is a reassuring sign of the effort
Why are you subbing
being
to
made
my
get
mute?
the men out alive. Below ground, the miners are putting on a brave face for the cameras. But Victor Segovia reveals the strain they're under in a letter to his brother, Pedro.
Peluche, a ti no te voy a mentir. ¿Cómo está la cosa aquí abajo? Aquí estamos muy mal. Este infierno me está matando, trato de ser fuerte, pero cuesta. Cuando duermo de repente, sueño que estamos en un asado. Y cuando despierto me encuentro encerrado en esta oscuridad.
On the evening of the 31st of August, the drilling begins. The bad news is that it's going to take at least 3 months to get the miners out, and they're really suffering. The tunnels are so deep, they're heated to a constant 95 degrees Fahrenheit by the Earth's core. The rock walls are dripping with moisture, and the humidity in the air is a suffocating 95%. Even the darkness poses a threat.
We worry about the lack of exposure to UV light, UVA and B. UVA and UVB help kill bacteria and fungus and viruses. Without that, the men are probably more at risk for fungal infections, bacterial infections, etc. in the mind.
The oldest miner, Mario Gomez, is fast approaching his 64th birthday. And 56-year-old Jorge Gallegos has high blood pressure, whilst Jose Ojeda is diabetic. With the men already weak, a simple infection could be fatal. Eerie images of the trapped miners have been broadcast around the world. One man who found himself watching the news in horror was Pennsylvania-based drilling expert Brandon Fisher.
Whenever we initially saw that they were planning on taking as long as Christmas, we felt that we needed to get involved and at least reach out and let people know from Chile that we have technology that could possibly help.
Brandon picked up the phone, jumped on a plane, and on day 30, his team rolled into Camp Hope with the American-built SRAM T-130. Instead of grinding the rock like Plan A, this drill will smash it. Compressed air forces the drill head, bristling with hardened tungsten steel points, into the rock 20 times a second. It's twice as fast as the Strata 950. But there's a drawback. You can't steer this drill. But Brandon has an idea of how to keep his drill on course. He plans to sacrifice one of the 3 supply boreholes to guide his air-powered hammer. Brandon's workshop has designed a special hammerhead with a guide piece on the tip that will allow the drill to follow the existing pilot hole. Early the next day, Brandon fires up the rig and Plan B starts to drill. But the desert rock is extremely hard. No one knows if Brandon's purpose-built hammer drill will stay the course.
The speed and in most cases outweigh the chance or the risk that you take.
If his plan works, the miners could be out in under 6 weeks. The miners start to make some requests: cigarettes and alcohol. The medics refuse and send down nicotine patches. It's not a popular move.
Este es un parche de nicotina que le estamos poniendo a Montarías de Segovia porque él fumaba antes de llegar acá y ahora no se le tiene prohibido fumar.
But to keep the miners' spirits up, they get to watch a live football match between Chile and the Ukraine. While the families watch above ground, the men also follow the action thanks to a projector and half a mile of fiber optic cable. Bizarrely, one of the miners is a former international football player. Franklin in Lobos. He gives the half-time analysis.
Yo pienso que el resultado ha sido justo. Ucrania ha sido superior a Chile. Y espero que en el segundo tiempo mejoremos.
Clearly, the Ukrainians didn't read the script. The match ends in a 2-1 defeat. Our crew picks up on a strange sense of calm. After the fun of yesterday's match, it's almost like the rescue is a done deal. But a problem with Plan B quickly brings everyone back to the reality of just how hard this is going to be.
Half an hour ago we had a problem because the drill is broken. So we have to put a video camera and see what happened there.
The camera reveals that Plan B's hammerhead has disintegrated. It's hit an iron roof bolt close to a tunnel that no one knew existed. The fragments are wedged over 800 feet down the 12-inch hole. Plan B is now dead in its tracks. Day 36. There's more bad news. A leaking hydraulic hose shuts down Plan A. Below ground, the miners know there's something wrong. They can hear all the drilling has stopped. Maria Segovia receives a letter from her brother Dario. He desperately wants to know what's going on.
Para los niños que están porque los niños están mal abajo. Los niños están mal, están nerviosos, ya se están preocupando, no sienten las máquinas, no sienten nada. Están las personas paradas y no se está trabajando.
The miners have now been trapped underground for more than a month. All attempts to rescue them have stalled. At the San Jose mine, the mission to rescue 33 miners trapped underground is not going well. Plan B's drill bit is broken, blocking the hole. And Plan A has been shut down for maintenance. But today, new hope thunders in through the gates of the mine. A convoy of 42 massive trucks carrying the pieces of a monster new drill. This is Plan C. A few weeks ago, this oil platform was in bits, languishing at the Bolivian border. But when its Canadian owners heard about the miners, they knew their supersized rig could beat the competition. It's so big, it needs to be constructed on a flat piece of land the size of a football pitch. For the miners' families, the rise of this 150-foot-tall, super-fast drill is a reassuring sight.
Supuestamente dicen que esa máquina hace 100 metros diarios, entonces es como más cortito, si no se pasa nada en el camino.
But this monster is so big, it'll take 9 days to construct. As more footage emerges from underground, we're getting to know some of the miners well. Mario Sepulveda acts as an official spokesman. He's also a bit of a character.
Y un mensaje. La señora que malgastan los dineros de sus esposos, es hora de que se pongan las pilitas y piensen de que nuestros dineros no se ganan porque ellos son más lindos o el regalo del jefe. No, nuestro dinero lo ganamos con el sudor de nuestra frente.
The Plan A drill is back online, but running very slowly. Plan B's broken drill bit is still stuck, totally blocking the hole.
It's frustrating. It's not a quick process to get back out of the ground. Everyone sucked it up, and we quickly started manufacturing on-site fishing tools, apparatuses to go down and retrieve the broken metal out of the ground.
If engineers can't remove the broken drill bit, they'll have to abandon the hole and start again from the surface.
When you are in the drilling business, you know, you drill a hole, and if you lose a hole, yeah, then you lose money, you know, but if you lose the holes here, you can lose lives.
This evening, one of Chile's most sacred icons, the Virgin Maria del Carmen, is brought to visit the camp. As the families pray for the men trapped half a mile underground, engineers make a last desperate attempt to repair Plan B. They're using what's called a spider, a metal tube with teeth cut into its tip. It's lowered down to the bottom of the hole. Then, as it approaches the obstruction, it's pushed down under immense pressure. This forces the teeth to bend inwards, enclosing the metal lump. Engineers must now wait and see if their spider has held on to its catch. Plan B can finally begin drilling again. The miners have now spent 40 days trapped underground, 15 days longer than anyone in history. Psychologists put their resilience down to one word: faith.
Faith plays a key role in maintaining your motivation to survive. It's the understanding of the people who are trying to rescue you that they are technically good, that they are working 24/7 on your behalf. Faith in your family, that your family has not given up on you. Faith in your comrades that are with you. They will keep encouraging you, and you will keep encouraging them. And faith in yourself and in your religion. And without those, they lose the ability as a team to continue to work toward their survival.
Their faith is about to be rewarded. Early in the morning, with a sudden blast of water, Plan B's 12-inch drill bit smashes through the roof.
Gracias, señor gobierno, gracias, señor empresario, y gracias, queridos compañeros que se han sacado la cresta trabajando con nosotros. Nosotros aquí, compadre, estamos súper emocionados por todo lo que se ha logrado y con esto les agradecemos, compañeros. ¡Atención, minero corazón! ¡Sí! ¡Sí!
But in reality, the battle is only half won. The 2,067-foot shaft must now be widened from 12 to 28 inches. Brandon's Pennsylvania workshop has specially built a powerful new drill bit for the task. This time it doesn't just have one hammer, it has 4. Each hammer can pulverize the rock 3 feet per hour. If there are no setbacks, Brandon could reach the miners in 26 days. Today is the 18th of September, the 200th anniversary of Chilean independence. Half a mile underground, the miners put on a display of patriotism and unity. They have to keep their faith that the government-led operation will save their lives, and soon. The alternative doesn't bear thinking about. After 44 days entombed in the mine, the men's psychological well-being is now as much of a concern as their physical health. The authorities have relented and agreed to the repeated demands for cigarettes.
Y me debe el cigarro. El psicólogo me debe una cajetilla ahora, está subiendo.
The massive Plan C rig is finally complete. Its 28-inch bit is powerful enough to dig the rescue shaft in just 1 pass, and in only 20 days. Water will cool the 3 interlocking drill heads, which tear at the rock, driving debris to the surface. Everyone now seems to take it for granted that Plan C will be the savior. It's ceremonially switched on by Mining Minister Goulburn.
Vamos a partir la perforación de la sonda petrolera en un segundo. ¿Esto primero?
For the first time, all 3 drills are up and running. Brandon's high-risk Plan B suffers a second catastrophic failure. The drill bit has broken again, and this time there's no hiding it from the miners.
¿Le va a explicar? Don Juan Yanni, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Por favor, ¿nos podría explicar de qué se trata esta cosita que usted tiene? BIP, creo que se llama, pero yo quiero que usted explique más o menos por qué este BIP está acá.
Instantly, they were on the telephone and called us to let us know there was a bit in the hole. The only time in my life that I've ever drilled a hole that we have communication below that tells us what's going on.
On camera, the miners joke about the accident, but it seems Plan B is no match for the hard rock. As their 50th day underground approaches, the miners' rescue is still far from assured. For the 33 miners, it's been a painful waiting game, with hopes raised and then dashed. But today, day 52 brings an exciting development. The escape vehicle, dubbed the Phoenix, arrives, painted in the colors of the Chilean flag.
Cada día que llega alguna tecnología, para nosotros es un día menos que falta para poder verlo. Entonces, cualquier cosa que llegue, la cápsula ya te dice que falta menos, que está pronta la llegada de ellos.
The men will spend 20 minutes alone, unable to move, as the capsule is dragged up the half-mile narrow shaft of rock. The miners will wear a harness in case they pass out. There's an intercom and oxygen supply. If the capsule jams in the shaft, there's a mechanism that splits it in two. The man will then be winched back down into the mine. The mission to rescue the miners has taken an unexpected turn. Once hailed as the savior, Plan C isn't living up to its promise. The rock is so hard, the drill is only chewing through around 50 feet a day and hasn't even reached halfway. Then authorities decide to shut down Plan A, which hasn't even finished its pilot hole. Underground, the miners are busy. They need to clear the 20 tons of debris that fall from Plan B's drill every day. They've been sent down diesel to fuel the heavy machinery, also trapped by the collapse. It's dangerous work. As day breaks, Plan B is just 10 feet away from finishing the escape shaft. It's a dangerous time. The rock just above the tunnel roof is weak. The threat of another collapse is very real.
We're going to take our time going through, talking to the miners. They'll be telling us what they're seeing down there.
They've reached the final few feet. Now they're drilling at half speed, inching toward their target.
Oh, everyone's just completely pumped up right now.
Then, at 8 a.m.
Congratulations, Ben.
Plan B has broken through.
Best drillers I've ever seen.
We did it, man.
33 days, 33 miners.
I just can't believe we're finally here. It's just, I don't even know what to say. I just feel like I'm ready to explode.
After more than 2 months underground, the Plan B team have given the miners the lifeline that will provide their escape.
This is the hardest job I've ever been on in my life, technically and obviously emotionally. And it fought us the whole way. At the very end, you probably saw the pipe jamming. The roof bolts were catching in the teeth. And, you know, it's like, oh, great, we're not going to be able to make it. But, yeah, we made it.
With his work done, Brandon and the triumphant Team B pack up and head home. They leave the glory and celebrations to the miners and their families. But during the last night before the rescue begins, there's fear too. No one knows how the men will be affected by their long ordeal in the dark tunnels of the mine.
Que lo único que quieres es verlo y abrazarlo. Pero tú igual entiendes que en algún momento ellos van a querer estar solos. Y eso vas a tener que respetarlo. Porque vivieron mucho tiempo solos. Se acostumbraron a otra forma de vivir abajo. Entonces vamos a tener que empezar todo de nuevo.
In the early hours of day 69, the final phase of this ambitious rescue mission is about to begin. Medics have already decided that a few strong men will lead the way in case of problems, followed by the ill and weakened miners. Florencio Avalos, the first to be filmed alive, will be the first to leave. As he's winched up the narrow escape shaft, his wife Monica and 7-year-old son are anxiously waiting alongside Chilean President Sebastián Piñera. Just after midnight, the capsule breaks the surface. The cage door is opened, and Florencio is a free man. The next to emerge is the group's energetic spokesman, Mario Sepulveda, armed with souvenir rocks. Now, one by one, the men are winched back to life. Alex Vega is the 10th man out. His dad, Jose, launched the very first search party.
Él no dice que no perdió la fe tal como yo. Él sabía que yo lo iba a sacar de alguna manera.
Carola is finally reunited with her husband, Raul. The last to surface, to a hero's welcome, is the leader credited with saving his men's lives, Luis Ursúa.
Tuvimos la fuerza, tuvimos el espíritu, tuvimos la garra de luchar por nuestra vida, de luchar por nuestra familia.
70 days ago, what looked like a horrifying catastrophe has since become a miraculous story of technological ingenuity, comradeship, and courage, witnessed by the world.
I need a little patience, a little separation for my health. I'm really good at waiting, but lately I've been waiting by myself. It sounded good on paper, but that's the reason why I had to leave, surrounded by this vapor. I thought it was the air that's hard to breathe. Whoa, I guess I found a reason, guess I found a reason. Whoa, I guess I found a reason, guess I found a reason. was working at the start. I still remember dancing, but you would always dance 2 steps ahead. They always mention falling. I didn't know I'd fall right through your hands. Whoa, I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. Whoa, I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason.
Feeling so sadistic when I pull a pistol, whip a pussy bitch. Tell them death is honorific. Yes, I am a symbol of the dead, I'm monolithic. Point a pistol straight at my head, but I will miss it. Never trust a lover bitch, but I am not misogynistic.
Thank you.